Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's Didi, how's it going? Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, Zon. he's still in spooky stream. He's still in German time zone. How am I? I'm good. I'm good. I noticed Frosty wasn't popping up in chat much anymore, so I went and I checked the dashboard, and I guess somehow some stuff got disabled, so I went and re enabled everything. So hopefully, we'll have our stuff soon. You know, the Frosty bot. The bot that would do like summary recaps during ad breaks and stuff. Yes, you know, Frosty. Sorry, goldfish memory. And you're in what science again? The future of the universe, everyone. A scientist with a goldfish brain. A biochem? Oh, we toast, aren't we? I've developed a cure for this very, very important thing. Now, if only I can remember where I put it. Hi, Zexu! Oh, well, hopefully, if it ever comes to that, arts lab mates have a much better memory and remember where they put the cure for the super ultra duper super Godzilla virus. It's okay. My memory is not the best either. I used to be great, and then I swear, after doing journalism and PR for a bit, I've met too many people in too short a period of time. Now that part of my brain's just obsolete. It doesn't work properly anymore. Hi, Duna! The way I nearly spit out my coffee when I saw I'll put the hand-sized nuke in the moonbeam scare. You're at work, so you will be working, but I'm here, my beautiful kitty cat. Ah, thank you. For the new folks who've joined in the past little bit, this is our other mod, Iduna, who is my IRL bestie. She pops by now and again, and sometimes we collaborate and play Genshin together. So, if you see her, say hello. No, not the hand-sized nuke. Please, no. Hello, human. She's actually a fish. She's like a space mermaid. It's very cool. Sorry, sorry. Hello, fish. There you go. Iduna is food, not Wait. That's not how it goes. No! Oh no! I've been exposed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Quick, quick. We need the Men in Black pen flash. Erase the memories. speaking of biochem, want a fun bit of news for today? Okay. Sometimes science news can be scary, but I assume you're not sharing anything potentially terrifying. About that? Oh god, never mind. La 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 la, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I don't know. We don't need existential dread today. We have alien bacteria. Okay, well, that is kind of cool at least. But also, I fear the primordial ooze. There was like that episode in like season 1 of Star Trek The Next Generation where literally there was like killer slime on this one planet, and yeah. Watch out for the ooze. That also sounds like the plot to The Blob, that old ass B movie, where like meteor crash lands and there was like a little blob creature and like it starts eating the farmer who found it, and then it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Basically, the bacteria that hitchhiked onto space and survived was basically formed. Great, humans are ruining space now as well. Good times. Why must we break everything? Oh yeah, that's why we need special clearance to go to Mars. Uh-huh. The possibility of contaminating Mars? Possibility? We will contaminate Mars. Oh my god, related? Have you guys ever seen slash heard of the anime Terra for Mars? It's like it's a pun parody on Terraformers, but it's Terra for Mars. No, sounds interesting. Okay, so basically, I give you guys this warning because it's not like horror outright, but basically the premise was they sent cockroaches to Mars to start terraforming the sorta, yeah. So it's an anime. They sent cockroaches to Mars to start terraforming it before humans got there. Roaches? Yeah, you can see where this is going. And by the time humans got there, the roaches. So that's why they look like chimera ants. Yes, exactly. So by the time, you know what? Understandable. Never mind. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, by the superpower roaches, that is correct. So yeah, by the time the humans got there, the roaches had evolved, and they were like, you know what? Fuck you, humans, and they like kill the landing party. So it starts this whole war with super muted roaches. Like if you go look it up, the roaches, like they are straight up nightmare fuel because they're very humanized, but they also still look like roaches. Super random. Your model looks like it's so genuine. It's actually your face. Ah, well that's good to know. Thank you. Was unique, but I like it. Liked it. Yeah, no, it was a good series. Just yeah, I remember seeing gifs and stuff of it when it was airing, like back in like 2000. I think it was like 2011, 2013, somewhere around there, and it's like, what is this? Like, just seeing this giant roach-looking thing, like, rip someone's head off, I'm like, what? That's old? I mean, it's not that old. 2011? I mean, it was 10 years ago, but yeah. We were second grade at that time. Oh, sweet Jesus. I was university. You goddamn infants invading. It's your world now. No way? Yeah, way. Yeah. I will never disclose. What do you mean you're out of your teams? Do the math then. If I was in my 20s in 2000 like 10, how old would I be 10 years later? Bro ran tracks with dinosaurs? Yeah. Blah 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 blah. This is why I said for security reasons and also for the fact that Gen Z and Alpha can really roast millennials. You will never find. I will never overtly say what my age is, but if you pay attention in streams, you could pick up. Uh, you can pick up cues. Because, like I had said before, I was like 11 when Pokemon Gold and Silver came out, and that was like, what? 2000? So, yeah. Why? Why what? Why did Gen Z and Alpha make fun of millennials? I don't know. It just doesn't feel great being called a hag, you know? I don't know. Some kids on the internet are really weird, but yeah. I know for a long time there was like, God forbid, you interacted in any way with someone who was like around 18. If you were more than a couple years older than them, you would be labeled a groomer and they would try and dox you. So I'm still very cautious about all of that stuff. Mm hmm. Mm hmm. It was real bad for a while. So that's why, like, that's why on paper, if you have, like, as an adult group, there tends to be a wider range in your friend group's ages once you leave school, because, you meet people in all, like, at, like, coffee shops, or, like, you met people at bars, or, like, at the card shop or whatever. But, like, kids didn't grasp that, so as soon as they're like, oh, you're 36 and you dared to interact with the post of like a 19-year-old, you must be getting ready to groom them. We need to chase you off the internet. Like on paper, you don't feel older, but it's actually more when you think about it. Mm-hmm. Your friends' ages is all over the place. Well, that's good then. Because, yeah, a lot of people used to be really bad about that stuff. Like, for me, it was never even a blip in my brain because me and my brother are 13 years apart. And my parents are 15 years apart. So, like, to me, it's like, as long as everyone is over the age of 18, then, like, whatever, basically. For me, it's like it would be like less age in terms of like dating people and more what's the word I'm looking for? Stages of life. or just like in general maturity level, because sometimes I'm like, if I dated someone who was 10 years younger than me, they'd still be in university, which on paper isn't bad, but then I'm like, oh god, university students act like children still. Do I want to date someone who acts like a child? I feel old all of a sudden. Dracon, I am pretty sure we're roughly in the same decade, so it's okay. I'm pretty sure Jambola is similar as well, and Arias. Moonbeams are a wide range. you're, you're 20 almost. I think I'm the youngest person here. Yeah, there's one other moonbeam who pops in now and again who is also young, but I think he's already turned 20. So I think you would be the youngest. But yes, all ages welcome here with moonbeams. Just, yeah, periodically, y'all remind me how small you are, and I'm like, my god, you small little potatoes. But see, this is why I leaned into the One-san role rather than being like, other VTubers who try and act like they're like your bestie or like they could be your girlfriend kind of thing. I'm like, we're, we're not going down this path. Some of you, I know I am double your age. We are not. No, 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 no. It's like, I can be your sister just fine. Please don't call me mom except as a joke. And definitely do not call me auntie or you will catch these hands. I'm the same age as your step siblings? Okay, so I am actually your own son then. Excellent. So that's kind of what gives me this perspective. Makes sense. I mean, yeah, nowadays there can be much wider gaps in ages in families. But yeah, for me, age gap stuff was always just normalized because that's how it is in my family. Like, my brother's 13 years older than me, and I was 9 when my first nephew was born, so I'm like, whatever. Your step siblings are also like your fave people in existence? Aw, that's cute. That's nice. Your youngest sister and you are 11 months apart? That does happen as well. I think I think that's the case with Iduna and her sister. I think they are also like just barely. Like, I think they're like 15 months apart, like very, very short gap. One of your nieces is literally only 5 years younger than me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a weird perspective. Sorry, I shouldn't say weird, but yeah, that would be like, oh. Fun fact, that's called Irish twins? Really? That's interesting. Irish twins. And I have a little brother. Oh my god. And they're the same. Now that would mess with the kid's head. This is just reminding me of the anime slash manga Marmalade Boy. And I say that because the whole premise of that were the parents of the main girl and boy divorced and then like, they spouse swapped. So, like girl's dad married boy's mom and like vice versa and then they all lived in the same house together. And then what's the word I'm looking for? And then in there's like a sequel manga where like the remarried parents each had a child, and the first chapter there's this whole huge chart where they're trying to explain to these kids who in the family they're actually biologically related to. Because it's like, oh yeah, like what was the girl's name? Miki? I think it's like, oh yeah, well Miki's only your half like sibling because like she actually is the child of these two, and that means she's also the half sibling of these ones. But like you two aren't actually siblings because of like the parent swapping or like something like that. And I was like, my brain is fried. I can only imagine how it is for the 10-year-olds. You know some interesting stuff, Didi? Look, the freaking anime and manga scene in the 90s was wild. Stuff nowadays is so tame. Like, it's not boring per se, but like, they just did some crazy concepts back in the day, and like, because only like a very small number of anime were made per year because it was hand painted cells. You just kind of like watched whatever you could because there was a limit to what you could watch as an anime fan, especially since manga wasn't really popular in US and Canada yet. So yeah, you stumbled onto some crazy stuff. Also, Dee Dee feels like something that I'd say to a younger sibling. It's the internet. It's all a lie. It's all an age. Anyway, I'm a 400-year-old cat girl. It, it's just a number. Who cares? Welcome. You wouldn't be the first. Would it be the first? Would it be the first? Alright. Let's. I'm sure we have a 1,000-year-old cat girl out there somewhere. Oh, probably. Now that would be a time. 1,000 years ago? Weird, wonderful, and interesting. Let's see here. I look like I'd be an Arknight? Oh, I love that actually. I love Arknights. It's yeah, it's the big like tech jacket coat. It kind of looks like Amiya's, but in red instead of like blue. Just art. Yeah, it's very mainstream now, for better or worse. Your original character was also designed to look like a character from Arknights. We all just so like crazy thing. I wanted to one day get a model that I have like a futuristic magic staff for, and I'm like, you know what? That is just Arknights. So one day I am just gonna straight up have an Arknights model. Some good concepts for that? Yeah! For me, the first thing I think of when I think of futuristic, like, magic staff is, Lyrica Magical Nanoha. Heavily inspired by Guard Amiya. Ah, makes sense. But yeah, if you guys just Google Nanoha, I think she's one of the only anime characters named Nanoha. But yeah, she had like a very futuristic staff, and like the staffs actually have like an AI. So anytime I think of like futuristic magic stuff and like magical girls, I think of Nanoha first. You feel like you're forgetting one? Like for futuristic magical girls? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff along those lines. It could be a big number of things. I can't remember anything else off the top of my head, though. It's a very small game. Oh, that's not gonna help. You just can't remember. Ripperoni pepperoni. Anyway, I'm gonna pop us over to the game screen finally. Because we've got a case to solve. I am gonna run to the bathroom before we fully get into it, though. I was gonna say Blue Archive, but that's guns. I do play games. I do also yap quite a bit. We yap and yap and yap and yap. The pure Zatsudan streams, like the pure just straight up chatting streams, can be really fun too. The trick is sometimes you have to uh like prepare a list of topics in advance, because if your chat isn't hopping when you do those streams, then it's like, how do I do this? Because, like, the appeal of the chit-chatting streams is it feels like you're having a conversation with the streamer. So the streamer has chat to bounce off of and vice versa. Chat can, like, pull ideas of what to say off the streamer. But if one side's not really talking, then it's like, what do you do then? Like, fortunately, like, I'm a pretty good yapper. Comes from the childhood of having parents at the dinner table, and I'm like, this is the only time I have you guys as a captive audience. No one's listened to me all day. I need to unload all my thoughts. I wouldn't give you the label yapper though. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, that has a bad connotation? I guess so? I haven't seen it used in a bad connotation, but sometimes terms get appropriated and the context changes. But yeah. She has a lot to say, fair enough. You mostly see it used in bad connotations? Oh, okay. Maybe that's just my age showing. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna run to the bathroom before we get started. Because I've been drinking like coffee while we've been chit chatting, and I'm like, I drank this way too fast. Okay. Alrighty, I will be right back very quickly, and then we will keep going. You're gonna get food? You get that food. I'm back. Apparently, I just muted the game instead of muted my mic. Whoops. Whatever. Going? I had a random thought while I was in the bathroom because, you know, there's shower thoughts and there's toilet thoughts. The Arknight's comparison for my model. Golden Glow is one of my favorite Arknight's characters, so I'm like, that is a perfect comparison. Yes, the watch along is today. It's at 7 p.m. EST. But the Discord stamp will convert it to your local time zone if it's applicable for ya. Gotta see what else Sana gets up to. Now that, you know, she's mostly resolved her animosity rivalry with her future husband. Which I don't even think is a spoiler. It's so rare in animes for, you know, couples to break up. Gotta remember that. I usually put out a ping before we start for everyone. But yeah, if you're not checking your phone or Discord or whatever, you won't hear it. Hi, Jambola. Here we go, folks. This is the end. Dun. Dun, da, 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 da. Good morning. Oh, are you here by yourself? Ah, morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mr. Maya. I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. I think I've seen one show ever where the starting couple did actually end up together. Yeah, it's very rare. I was reading a manga, like a Yuri manga called Chasing Aoi Kishiba, and they don't end up together in the end. And I was like, give me my money back. I bought all 4 or 5 volumes of this expecting a happy ending. Like, there was no indication they were gonna end up together and reconcile at the end. Like, just in the last chapter, they dropped the bombshell on you. I'm like... How are you, Diana, Anna, Banana? I am great! Welcome in. It is time to finish this. The last trial of the original trilogy. It's a long one, though. I checked the guide for reference, and it's 3 parts. It's a long trial. So I might still take the full length of the stream, might not. More insane lawyer and witness time. Yes! Hello, Aki! Aki Beat! No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Oh, great. Forced confessions. That's delightful. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? No, not Franziska. Godot. I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Oh. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. God, I love this case, right? It gets so complex. I barely remember all the steps for how it concludes, but it's bonkers. Still your fave in the series. This is a pretty solid case to have as a favorite. I'm trying to think what my favorite it was. Oh, my favorite is the Mad on Guard one. With Shelly the Killer and stuff. The ending of the second game. That's my favorite case. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Mad on Guard, oh man. Yeah! I mean, it's such a great twist, that case. Poster child for gray morality. It was a really good case, because yeah, it's the first time. It's my favorite because I remember it so clearly, because it's the first time in the series the game really pulls one over on you. Because the series has you, convinces you that you must trust your client every single time. Every single time! And then they're like, you know what? No. Sometimes they're not. Hello! Thank you for the follow! Much appreciated! Hi. Welcome in. Ready to serve justice. I love that summary. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow before Godot, like, you know, puts you in the ground with his 18th cup of coffee. Because, you know, he only has 17 cups of coffee, so the 18th cup must be for us. Have I played this before? I have! I've played the whole franchise before. I've played the original trilogy a fair bit. The ones that have Apollo Justice, I think I've only played through one time each. So as we work through the series, I progressively know less and less because I forget stuff. Like I was just saying, I remember most of this trial in this case, but I've forgotten like the steps along the way. It's like, oh, I know what the twist is, but I forget how the twist works, kind of thing. Two 4 is good, but it's rare that someone has it as their fave of the trilogy. It just stuck with me. Like, so like, if yeah, it's like, what's your favorite? Like, I'm like, I have to pick the one that left the biggest impact on me. Because most of the cases in this franchise, in a way, there's like no bad cases, quote unquote. There are bad cases, but like technically, we'll just say there's no bad cases. So if that's the situation, then my criteria for picking a favorite is what left the biggest impression on me. And the twist with Matt, like, struck me like dumb when I first played it years and years ago. Touché. Touché. You never hear people say touché nowadays. The localization time period shows itself in odd ways sometimes. Like, 'cause that used to be, like, just the cliched, like, repost, like, the retort. Just, someone makes a good point. Ah, touché. Now no one says touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Well, I'd hope not. I hope he got some more antibiotics or something. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else. Literally. Rest in peace, the cab driver. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner. Oh! He called him partner! making the I make the wisecracks that they're dating as a bit, but I swear to God, the game rights the ship for you. I still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim. No, I mean, Miss Misty Fay. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Well, you better. February 10th, 10 a.m. We're about to rock this place to the core. It feels so weird. This is like the first time we don't have someone standing beside us in a trial. Court is now in session with the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you? Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Wait! Are both judges Canadian, then? If the Canadian judge is his little brother, is this judge also Canadian? I have so many questions. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor, so they're brothers! That explains a lot. No, it doesn't! My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Yes, the jazz. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we, of the court, have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. Who invited the sax player into the gallery? Can you tone it down a bit? I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Caffeine? Yeah! I was right! The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. You don't have good coffee filters then if you're getting, like, coffee grounds in your coffee. I'm just saying. So then you mean... forget it. During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? You kind of coerced that out of her, Godot. Iris, why did she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Sure. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise O'Neill? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? What? What a twist! Not really. Oh, order! Order in the court! Someone wanted french fries? No? Okay. Witness? Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. Spooky! The floofs are here. Hi, Spooky. Welcome in, everybody. Man, it's like I just saw you like 50 minutes ago. How was the end of your stream? How did it go? Hi, Sam. Hi, Kame. Hi, everyone. Hi, Toonie. And Shrimpy, too. Hello, everyone. We're really just barely getting started. We're about to hear the first testimony of the trial. 3 minutes in court, and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Spooky let a ghost inside our house and is following us around, and now Spooky brought the ghost here to you? Hang on. Here, Ghosty. Here, Ghosty. I totally don't have ghost repellent spray to hit you with. Here, Ghosty. Oh, Spooky. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that you're that unwell. Please take it easy. Make sure you take some medicine. Don't just go to bed without taking medicine. Make sure you actually take some medicine. And yeah, keep your eye on the fever. If it gets way too high, please don't hesitate to go to the doctors if needed. I hope you feel better soon. Take care. We'll be your best friend, I promise. Okay. Take care. Lots of water, lots of rest. We tuck you in. Take care. I will look after the floofs. But yes, to recap very quickly, you'll be lurking. Love you lots. Love you too. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Alright. So, to summarize a bit for the folks that just came in, like we've barely gotten started. But basically, Iris has confessed, not to the murder, but that she was an accessory to the murder. So, we're about to hear some testimony to her. We don't need a babysitter, we are big enough. Okay. Can you make dinner for yourself then? Please make my dinner too. Yes. If you are all big enough, I can if it's spinach. Sure. Well, you guys can make some salads. Use whatever you can find. Just, you're not allowed to leave to go to the store by yourself. If you have to leave to go to the store to get more things for dinner, we all go together. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Time to charge the card for delivery. I can make instant ramen. Fair enough. You can add egg to like instant ramen and like vegetables and stuff to make it more nutritious. Instant ramen is not the worst base in the world. It does have a high salt content, but it's lunch and dinner. Your insides are gonna be pickled. Don't do that. It just happens to be, in this case, it's to murder. You know, secrets and all that good stuff. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Can you stop it? That could do. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. No! Oh no! Crumpled up and shoved in pocket. Share dinner, anyone? I mean, I have rice, cucumbers, and tuna in the fridge. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Oh, now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Is that not that hard of a concept? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. It's Folgers in your cup. She's naming Maya? Order! Order in the court! No, we're not ordering pizza. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected. But I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Really? Not even after seeing Maya written on the lantern? Come on now. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. I guess she's also trying to, I guess more so than covering for Maya, she's trying to cover for Dahlia. Which is weird because Dahlia's dead. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. night I went to the Inner Temple, saw Mr. Galees. A striker with a staff, but we know the staff is a sword. So that wouldn't really make sense. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? Oh! We're in ad break, okay. I will hold tight then before we throw her down. Oh, how I missed the Frosty newscast, right? I'm glad I realized something was wrong. I was like, wait a second. Where has it gone? So I went and I fixed it. Hooray! Frosty is back. There's also like additional features to Frosty that I forgot about that I'll have to try and remember to use. But all in good time. There's so many commands, so many bots, so many things. Because let's see. Yeah, there's the shout out with the oh woo, which we know. The warm welcomes. We've also got reactive responses enabled now, so you guys can actually at the bot and it will respond to you guys. Kind of like how when you can call Frosty, like, bad bot and it'll be sad. Oh yeah, you can also use Frosty to schedule smart messages now. But I have to set that up first with a message. Personality and style. Grandma. Regal Monarch. Conspiracy theorist. Silly Snake? What the heck would Silly Snake be? Like, huh? Alright, ad should be almost done, so I will keep going then. Welcome back, everyone, from the yachts. So, Elise reached into her robe to pull out a weapon, supposedly, and it was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Donim tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of worship. Oh god. How do I say this properly again? I know this. Worcester sauce, I think? Worcestershire? Do you have a problem with the testimony you're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? I have so many problems. There is one thing. Your Honor? I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. Oh, you do? But this witness is your own client. Doesn't mean she can't be a liar. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness? Let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. You're not a judge! Okay, now, let's continue. Alright, bro. Present. Staff. It was a cane sword. Sister Iris. There's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. I mean, you could sharpen it to a razor point. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Oh! If Elise Donim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Really? You're calling the sword beautiful? I didn't know you were that kind of person, Nick. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Oh, Godot. That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. Why do you not sound sincere? Like, at all? I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in the staff. Really? Why don't I believe you? But even so, how should I put this? A lone sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important here. Sure it is. It proves that Iris is lying. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. No, they don't. Who are you fooling? Who are you fooling? Dun, 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 dun. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. And that's because she's her mama. Yeah, there's no other profile. Okay. Okay, I just noticed this. So, Larry says, like, you know, aka Larry Butts, and used to say my childhood friend and stuff. Now that's gone. Edgeworth still has an old friend, though. Did Nick finally decide he's done with Larry? Interesting thought. Not that I would blame him after all this. Miss Elise Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Eye Ranger, good morning. Her real name was Misty Faye. No! Not Mystic Misty Faye! Who is this Misty Faye? Is she related to... Misty Faye is the master of the Kudain channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Faye. Are you serious? Serious as serious gets. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. I mean, parents kill their children, that is a thing, but I get where they're going with this. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, then the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Such as? Yes? What? You still don't get it. No, explain it to us like we're 12. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Chris. What does that even mean? Sir? Sir? Oh, boy. Would you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. 8 cup of morning coffee! Bro, how much coffee do you have in a day? I'm worried about you, bud. Eight, apparently. In the morning. Not just in the whole day. In the morning. How's everyone's day so far? I hope it's good. Yeah, I've been having a pretty good day. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. No shit. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. Oh my god. Gumshoe. Gumshoe, gumshoe, gumshoe. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Apparently. Obviously, Your Honor. But, do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. to investigate the pine tree at the crime scene. The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. If you look closely, it's very obvious that the dagger's in the tree. I can't see it! Apparently I have tree knots for eyes. You love this case? A lot of people do. It is a great case. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Supposedly. Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the sip of my 13th... Okay, so first it was his 8th cup of coffee, now it's his 13th cup of coffee. Which cup of coffee is it, bro? Your stories aren't adding up. Did you say it was your 8th? I think he's fibbing. I think he's stretching the truth. He does say he has only 7... He says he doesn't, he always ends the trial before his 17th cup of coffee, so... It's just kinda condescending. He is extremely condescending. I did have enough time to get the blood analyzed on short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Oh, okay. Bailiff? Get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then. The testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects. However, after having the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Great. You girls never lie, ever? Guess I'm not cute then. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to the court? What is this man's logic? I don't know. Like, I try not to lie, but I feel like everyone lies, at least now and again. Like, come on. What about you? What do you want me to testify about, Your Honor? Like, about the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. If I have to. Godo is really one of the guys of all time. Seriously. His coffee is the other guy of all time. You ain't wrong, my girl. You ain't wrong. Alright, the battle. Let's get a blow-by-blow account, Iris. We're counting on you. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole the weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then... she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. Really? I mean, there wasn't much to it, I guess, but... I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but... It had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. I mean, it is reasonable, but we all know that's not what happened. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I don't want to, though. Alright. No, it wouldn't be that one. This one, I guess? Does the autopsy report say she was stabbed in the back, or does it, like, explicitly say? It probably does. Stab in the back. Okay, so yeah, if her back was against the lantern, then this was not the fatal blow. I think she was stabbed in the back. Yeah, the autopsy report confirms it, so that's the contradiction. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. What an opener. Huh? What kind of comment is that? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you... Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But, in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. You think so? Come on, Judge. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. It's always interesting how they can tell where the stab wound actually originated. Because in theory, if you were stabbed all the way through, you'd think you wouldn't be able to tell which direction you were actually stabbed from, but I think it has something to do with the shape of the wound. Will tell you, like, basically, like, from which end the point originally entered. Forensic science is crazy. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris? It appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Welp. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? No. Um, is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Godot is just trying to confuse us all. All I can say is people are like books, they have a front and a back. Yeah, thanks, Sherlock. Your team member's like, are you watching VTubers? So now my front desk agents are watching you too? Oh no! Hello everyone! Hello there, my name is Diana Mellis. As is quite obvious, I am a cat girl. Hello. Please look after my girl as she works her butt off on this Sunday. Thank you. The man is very strange. That's Godot for ya. I can also say that the darkness, one of them is in love with your ears twitching. Same. I can't make them twitch on command. I think they are tied to my emotions, so I can also say that the dark. I read that. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? People have a front and the back, that's one of my rules. Okay, that's great, Godot. What's the point in that? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. I don't know that, but there certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. I beg your pardon. There are 253 distinctive types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Uh-huh. Okay. And? Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Godot, explain yourself, please! What does that have to do with it? He's just confounding everyone. The witness was quite unambiguous with her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Really? We're gonna let her get away with the front and back issue because it was dark, and yet... You love the jacket, by the way? Thank you! Now that I think about it, some of y'all haven't actually been here before. So let me... Can I... Oh, wait. I'm probably locked. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Here I am. Oh, I'm cutting myself off. Da-da-da. It's a little hard to get everything moved over. But ta-da! This is me. Let's see if I can't. I might have to resize this. There we go. Hello! I'm big now. I've only seen my model's legs like one other time. Yeah, this is why they say it's usually not worth it to do like a full body rig for a model, because most of the time you're only gonna see from like the waist down. But yeah, this is the full me. Very like borderline cybertech streetwear kind of stuff. I do have like a few alternative stuff I can wear, like like closer to a school uniform, but this is the default tall specimen. Not really, not actually. I'm only like 5'4". Come on now. All right. Get myself back in the corner. What happened to Lake? Lake vanish. You're also only 5'4". Ranger, we can fight. You're a short guy? It's okay. I have a friend who's also... I have friends who are also short guys. Such is life. Sometimes the genetics do not decide you get to be tall, you get to be smart instead. I think it works out. Reminds you a bit of Asuka from Evangelion? Oh, yeah, with the 2 on it, that would make sense. Basically, this was a pre-made model that I bought, and because it was the Raker's second model they made, they named her Knee for 2, so that's why there's a 2 on the jacket. I do like Asuka. Evangelion's great. Everyone watch Ava. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Kingdom Hearts is light. By the way, did you know? No, do I want to know? I heard my calling. I have summoned the Kingdom Heart nerds to the chat. Asakura Temple has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple trading, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. He's so annoying. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? Because of the snow? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. Oh, really? In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. How did she even know a murder took place then? There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's it. Most enlightening. So what, Iris came here without a flashlight or a lantern or anything? She just walked in complete darkness? That she couldn't even see there was 2 people, yeah. Plus, you know, the fact that she had to cross a rickety suspension bridge in complete darkness, apparently. Like, that doesn't make sense. It was storming and snowing, so there wasn't any moonlight, but I'm like, she had to have taken a light source to see. Otherwise, she could have walked off the cliff into the river. Like, come on. Like, even if she took the snowmobile to the bridge and used its headlights to get there, she would have needed something to see to get across the bridge. Like, if the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they did recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Oh, okay. Isn't that right? No? Are you just trying to, like, hurt Phoenix, like, destroy his soul because you're mad that Mia died. And so you're like, you don't care if Maya gets found guilty and, like, her reputation is ruined as long as you get back at Phoenix? Is this really how things are gonna go, sir? Order! Order! Who asked for the onion rings? Here, Your Honor. Oh, okay, here you go, Godot. Here's your onion rings. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. I don't think onion rings and coffee go well together, but who am I to judge? Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. No, thank you. Judgy McFudgerson? Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? If anyone would try it, it would be Godot. You do have a point. He probably has coffee with every meal. What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down! What the? Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have written that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. That is so... that is said so calmly. It certainly looks that way. And yeah, rest in peace, Godot. He said so himself that even with the huge-ass visor on his head, he can't see everything. So I guess here's our confirmation that he can't see the color red. Oh, probably because the light is red, so it blocks it out. Ah. Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense! This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Should you really be saying that, bro? Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, you did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Yeah, he can't see the color red. There's, like, you know, red-green color blindness. He's just straight up red color blind. I guess because, my guess is since the visor thing has red light, it doesn't show the color red, because everything has a reddish tint to it. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We know that the crime scene was dark. So, that the victim scrawled the message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot? Anything further? Going once, going twice? Doesn't seem like it. Mr. Godot? Uh, okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking right now, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. RIP. He did not see this coming, and so here we are. I believe it has now been established that Miss O'Neill was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Now, it's time to turn our attention to you. To me? Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Okie dokie. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kudain tradition. So, I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me, all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then, I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the temple, and I used the shito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined and Miss Elise O'Neill was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe the word you're looking for is twist of fate. I intended to return to in the temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Okay. Yes, Your Honor. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master, so I removed the body from the inner temple myself. We know she definitely did not drag it across the bridge, because it was already burnt out at the time of the murder. How do we prove that, though? We might not be able to prove that yet. There would have been blood if she had been dragged, would it there? There would have been, yeah. Well, okay. The theory, one of the theories that was put forward is since the murder weapon was left in the wound, it acted as a cork to stop the blood. So technically there would have been very little blood. But yeah, we know she didn't drag the body across the bridge. We know that she somehow rigged up the bridge wires to basically pendulum swing the corpse over to the other side. And by she, I mean Dahlia, because Iris is covering for Dahlia through this whole testimony as well. Even if she doesn't mean to. Because Iris was on the other side of the bridge, and that's when she received the body and put it on the snowmobile and brought it to the temple. So the lie is in that she dragged it across the bridge, but we don't have evidence, I think, to prove that she did it just yet. So we have to tackle this another way. Knew this would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Sure, I guess about the tracks? We really didn't move her body by snowmobile. Then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from the ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. And that's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this? Well, I'm not sure what it's going to prove, but whenever they give you the option to say something is important, please add it to the testimony, and we should add it to the testimony. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. 50% of this game is bluffing and praying you're right, honestly. It's such a relief when either you hear the music stop or the music starts up again. Because that means, depending on the situation, that means, you know, you got it right. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? Sure it does. All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Come on, work with us. Huh, this should be fun. Posture check, thank you. Let's get this snow princess cleared up, shall we? And the hydrate to the full package. Don't worry, I've been drinking water. Dun, dun. By the way, by the time the murder had taken place, the snow had already stopped. Okay. Time of events. So if the statement got added, if this is where the statement was being added, this means this is the one we have to refute to keep going. So let's review. Weather data. Snow 7 to approximately 10:50 p.m. Yeah, see, this is the part where I was gonna argue the lightning strike, because by the time the murder took place, the bridge was already burnt out, so she couldn't have dragged the body across the bridge. But apparently, we can't just counter that. We have to go about it in some weird, convoluted way. Autopsy report time, 10 to 11 p.m. And the weather report said snow 7 to approximately 10:50 p.m. gonna make is the snow had stopped right before the murder? But the autopsy report says the time of death was between 10 to 11 p.m., so I mean... She could have been killed earlier, I don't know. I'm overthinking this, surely. Your Honor? Oh no! I presented on the wrong thing! I must... Ow! Oh no! Okay, so I presented either the wrong piece of evidence or I presented on the wrong statement. Uh-oh. Yes, I know. Let me go again. What was the original one? Maybe press the new statement first? Maybe? All the way across Dusky Bridge? And I use the snowmobile to carry it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh! Wait, I get it. I think I get it now. Are they finally gonna let us... cause the weather statement also mentions the bridge burning out. Why did we have to establish the tracks in the snow? Oh, okay. Whatever. I don't understand you sometimes, game, but I guess finally the game's letting me follow through with the obvious conclusion that she couldn't have dragged the body all the way across the bridge herself because the bridge was on fire. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. Yeah, the music stopped. That means we got it right. Oh, they tricked us. Because usually when they add a new statement, that's like the statement you have to refute. But for some reason, it's not in this case. They're just messing with us now. They're like, you needed to do that? Sometimes it just gives hints and context. That's true. They're like, you have to trigger the flag first before we can let you say the obvious that, like, you know, you could not have dragged the body across the bridge because it was on fire. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What? What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? She did not know. You don't mean to say didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. Oh, but it can't be. Something is really off about Iris. Oh. Knowing what you do at this stage, I'm like, yeah. I think I remember how the twist works out now. Because I could remember the conclusion, but I couldn't remember the steps of how it happened. Like, the reveal happened. I think I remember now. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Oh, okay, Nick. I don't think she pulled the wool over Edgeworth's eyes either, but okay. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness? Even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. You should have started with that one. Should have started with that. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Not really. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Really? You're going with that, old man? Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Sure it does. What are you talking about? Squat? We're gonna do squats, gang. The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but... whether it was... Zach enters the chat! Yeah! Ten squats. I was waiting for someone to redeem it. Alrighty. And I think ad break's gonna start. Let's go, Mrs. Fair. Now! Hazukashi! Alright, and I think ad break's gonna start soon. So once it does, I'll go get some more water because my water bottle's almost empty. Alrighty. 10 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! There we go. Whether it was snowing or not, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed, really now. First, the body of Miss Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And the second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Oh, Sister Bikini. Witnessed Iris desecrating Elise's body. Oh, we've got ad break in 1 minute. So we will pause momentarily. And then keep on going once the ad break's done. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So, my memory is still somewhat hazy. Oh, how convenient. I've stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. Yeah, noticing the speaking patterns? This Iris is clearly Dahlia. Whoops, sorry. Well, Iris said she didn't have spiritual powers, so she couldn't be the one channeling Iris, if I'm right that this is actually Dahlia on the stand. And then, of course, there's the question of when the switch happened. I guess that's why all the extra locks were put on the door. They did a switcheroo. She let Iris opened the door, then got thrown in by Dahlia and got more locks put on or something. We'll find out soon, I guess. Okay, ad break. I will be right back, guys. Going to the bathroom, running to get more water, blah, 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 blah. So, y'all, get up, stretch, do whatever you gotta do. We will be right back in like 3 or so minutes, give or take. Oh no, your star! The violence! The violence! Hello? I know, Ranger, that was not it for stream, don't worry. If you look closely, whenever the bread toast is on the screen, it will say ending soon, or be right back soon, or starting soon. So that's how you know. So welcome back, everybody, from ad break. I just came back with some bottled water from the freezer and some more coffee. Mom, the moonbeams are fighting. Not my problem. Oh! Zon has been destroyed. Zon, you've been losing quite a lot lately. Poor guy. Zon used to dominate in these duels in the chat, and now everyone's catching up to him. Uh-oh. Sorry, Toonie. Yeah, we have a limit on, like, characters and spamming the emojis. I deleted your message for having too many exclamation points, apparently. I'm gonna need to fix Nightbot's sensitivity. 6 exclamation points isn't that bad. Curse you, default bot settings! If you're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. No. Someone would like 15? Maybe because you're a mod. Because you're a mod, it probably lets you get away with it. Rest in peace. It's been too long since Iduna's been in the chat. She's forgotten her power. Baby has power. And if you hear some rattling, that's because I got a bottle of water from the freezer, so I broke up the ice, so you know there was actual water to drink. So if you hear some crunch or whatever, that's the ice in the bottle. I try not to have ice in drinks on stream because it's loud, but I mean, water was in the freezer. I used to have a limited muscle cat power until Diana said no more than 13. I was devastated. You were sending huge blocks though, like come on. When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned out. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well... Now just listen. This is crazy. But I have an answer. Thanks to Larry. The Shichishito? Oh yeah, that thing is scary. Well, not exactly. Yes, you do! Thanks to Larry, which is bananas, but... I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Thanks to Larry is such a context-required sentence too, because it can be good or bad thing. With Larry, it's always bad. What are you talking about? Mom, the beans have swords? Okay, now that's, guys? Oh no, not the swords. Also, Iduna, I don't know if you realized. the little dudes on the screen you can customize, Zon has a Keyblade. You may want to hit Zon up so you can get a Keyblade. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. I mean, I could come up with one on the spot. We all know Phoenix Wright is good at just pulling stuff out of thin air. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth, except it is scientifically proven that the bridge burned down, so you know? Oh no! That's too bad, Zon. Well, thank you for seeing if you could give Iduna a Keyblade. Much appreciated. Meta Knight's sword! Kirby games mentioned. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Come on now, keep up. Nevertheless, your previous testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Excuse me. Will this be her final testimony? Is it the final countdown? Bow, 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 bow. Probably not. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there was no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? There is. You might not like it, though. So it was just a misunderstanding. Yes, just a misunderstanding. Don't worry about it. Just a misunderstanding. Oh, come on, Judge. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Well, you know about that. Naturally, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in that condition. You would think. But maybe she got talented, maybe she crazy. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth and not the truth! And Maya will be accused of murder! No, Maya! Well, not that that's anything new from Maya. Right? I'm only going to say this one more time. Say what? But I've been practicing. Dun 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 dun. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. Okay. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Because I want to win. Oh no. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination for part 1 of the trial. Moving the body. Alright. So where do we present the sketch? That is the question. Or maybe we could just... That seems like the safest one. For winning the duel! Oh my god, Zahn is unstoppable! Where's Larry's sketch? There it is. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. How is he winning so much? Power! This is why you don't mess with a mod. I'm not sure if the equipment influences anything, but he truly is decked out. What? You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. Well, why not? The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's being pulled out of thin air. Are you sure about that? Zahn is cheating? I mean, there's no way to influence it, so he can't have been cheating. Like, that's just the unfortunate truth. I only need 2 more +5 artifacts to fight Zahn at full power. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen, which is, you know, wild. Who is this? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out now here. I gotta keep on the attacking. Go! 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 Mr. Lee Stunim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, the Lee Stunim. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony, just don't overthink, okay? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. You know, the event! I think you've all seen this sketch before. Unfortunately. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? No, it is February, so unless you have gotten that confused... Mr. Wright? Are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Silly judge, it's December 1st, not April. Even... Oh, you're right, it is December 1st. And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? I mean, I get it. Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. It is December. It is December. Frickin' Christmas is in 24 days. Bananas. It's December? Look at your calendar, bro. It's December. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch actually prove anything? Sure it does. How is it December? She's getting unsealed? We're doomed? You're probably talking about Mariah Carey, but I just think of Nero. Oh, her too. Stop. Paddle-doo. Oh yeah. Never mind, it is now balanced. Well, there's a good side and a bad side. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Well, what's wrong with that? If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with a sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot... Oh! She's not flying over the bridge, she's swinging under it. Ah. Well, I mean, I knew it was like a pendulum swing, but... I just assumed Larry, drew her on, like, the upswing. exactly is the sketch trying to show? Don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Plank? Okay. Uno momento. Back to it. Aye. A complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No. That's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lauristonium stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. Oh, 'cause Larry was laying on his back. Ah. Now I get it. Alright, 60-second plank before we keep going with this. There we go. Oh! I will be taking a picture when Mogu stole my spot. Are you the streamer now, Mogu? Hey. Silly girl. It's Mogu's stream now, yeah. Oh! Not the push-ups! I just kicked Mogu out of the chair. You mean I did it for nothing? Don't die, I'll be fine. Just give me a sec. I'm gonna post Mogu in the chair in our Discord before I forget. DD powerful? I am indeed all powerful. Alright, come on. Oh. RDD power pole, and instantly my mind went to little Goku. Now wouldn't that be something, huh? Alright, there's Mogu in the chat taking over the stream. Well, in the Discord. Alright, now 10 push-ups. How can I join the... One of us! One of us! Welcome to the Moonbeam Discord! Such a powerful specimen can get whatever chair they desire? Absolutely. Mogu is queen of this domain. But yeah, I just... What's a Mogu? I want to eat it. So, Mogu Mogu is basically like Munchy Munchy. It's, what is it? Onomatopoeia? Oh, that sound, yes! It is also like a drink, apparently. Yeah, it's the Japanese equivalent of num num. That's what Mogu Mogu is. It is apparently also a drink brand, apparently? But yeah. Num num indeed. But yeah, oh my god. She had jumped, even though I had pushed in my computer chair, she had jumped up. So I pull out the chair to sit back down after doing the plank, and she's like, "Excuse me? This is my chair now." It's like, oh. Okay. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Which is a wild sentence to say. It contradicts reality? It contradicts a reality. Huh. This is getting interesting. Whoops. Looks like you're back to the finger-pointing thing again. Okay, trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Okay. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that thing that really contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Where's the bridge photo? That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes! Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumping Jehoshaphat's! Wow. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Please stop spitting your coffee. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo, however, isn't it likely the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. Now, with someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is definitely a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Yep. Think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall, waiting for a lover that was never going to come because he is absolutely delulu. He waited, and waited, and finally, he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, wonder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Oh! No way. Guess what? Laurice didn't even witness the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice Donim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Delicious? What? Was that supposed to be ridiculous? What, of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they did have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. It is a suspension bridge after all. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Where's the photo? Dusky Bridge photo? And the meaning of this is... if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh, this is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. So they tied the wire around Elise Donim's body and swing! Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Which is wild. Ha! And there it goes! Oh, don't chug the coffee, don't chug. Well, there it goes. Mr. Godot? It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Apparently it's a bottomless mug. How big is that mug? I don't know. It seems the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So, I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite? I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence? Yeah. Or... Did you see the liquid in that cup? I did. That is not coffee, that is tar. Yeah. Maybe he just pretends it's coffee and it's actually whatever medicine he needs to drink to stay alive. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it was the one in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot with the criminal. Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, the crystal sphere was knocked loose. You're gonna go have breakfast? Okay! What was the color of the cup? The coffee in it was like a gray-black. It was the one that came off Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Oh! Correct, precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. What was that splat? An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Ah. But see, now the coffee's a normal color. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. Well, at least he said it's cold, so we don't have to worry about the burns, but still. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh? And what would that be? The aroma. You want to explain that a bit? No? Okay. Coffee addict, at it again. A coffee's most reliable accomplice to its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you say, and there's the black coffee, the oil again, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't have been the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. And here it is. This is when we finally can prove my theory. That the iris on the stand is actually Dahlia. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body? It was... Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Oh! But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite? Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? No. On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie... Why most of the time in Ace Attorney the defense is doing more work than the prosecution? Because we're the heroes! We're the good guys! Was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed, it's almost as if, on the night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Huh? What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of the Hazakura Temple? No, surprise. Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia. You know, just to fuck with her, I would have called her Dolly. Because that was the nickname he had for her when they were dating. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells. But bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. He's defending person, which made him... Yeah. But it's also because if he doesn't do... I'm pretty sure we'll find out, but I'm thinking, if I remember correctly, the implication is if he doesn't help Dahlia's plan, Maya is dead, basically. So he's trying to protect Maya, because Dahlia would be the only person who might know where she is. Would be able to see if her hair was red anyway? That is also true. But see, here's the key thing. Dahlia, when a member of the Fae family possesses... when a member of the Fae family channels a spirit, their appearances change, but not entirely. Like, when Maya channels Mia, her hair doesn't turn brown, it stays black. So yeah, even though it's Dahlia, whoever is channeling Dahlia has natural black hair, whether that's Iris or Maya. But Iris says she doesn't have spiritual power, so unless she was mistaken and she awakened it that night, you'll probably fill in the blanks. Maya is a danger magnet. Yeah, she was born under the unluckiest star, like... The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. Yeah, about that. About that. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom! He's right. Order? I don't even know what's going on anymore. What? Wait a moment. How can you... My sister! She's already dead! What kind of... You of all people already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body. Ah, Nick already figured it out. The Kurain channeling technique? Where have I heard that? So that's why they can't find where Maya went. Because Maya channeled Dahlia, so Dahlia couldn't kill her. But that also means that Maya did, in fact, technically kill her mother, even if it was Dahlia possessing her body at the time. Yikes. That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Yeah. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Oh! What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled that night. There were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. Eh? What's that? Did you miss the explanation, Toonie? Spirits exist? In Phoenix, right? Yeah. Maya and her family are spirit mediums. Their whole thing is calling spirits from the land of the dead and letting them possess their bodies. You're kind of jumping in on the deep end. Yeah, this is the end of the original trilogy, so there's been a lot of lore buildup. To be fair, though, the spirit channeling stuff doesn't play in very much in, the other games at all. It's mostly in the first 3 games. Because Maya isn't around in the sequels. It comes back a little bit in the 6th game, I think it was, because then Maya and Pearls are back. But yeah. Spirits exist. The whole twist of this is Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia's spirit, and Dahlia was going to use Pearl's body to kill Maya. But, Maya somehow found out ahead of time that this was going to happen, and so she channeled Dahlia. And so Dahlia couldn't, from my understanding, Dahlia couldn't do anything to Maya because of that. So instead, she went and killed Maya's mother. Or something like that. We'll find out soon. Okay, I'm gonna snooze the ad because the spirit channeling has made some fun story moments and twists. I think you would have really enjoyed the theory crafting. Oh yeah, I mean, the trilogy goes on sale super cheap quite often if you want to ever grab it at some point. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me the hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Mr. Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. But yeah, the cult is indeed Oh yeah, because these were originally, the first game was on the GBA. And then games 2 and 3 were on the DS. So, they are very small. You can get them on, like, iPad. You can get them on the Switch. You can get them on PC. Pretty much everywhere. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in... the witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. Incorrect. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. You redeemed ad time? Don't worry, we'll have an ad break soon. Because I just snoozed it, so we wouldn't have to stop, so we wouldn't have to stop in the middle of the explanation. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Oh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. No. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. What, you never heard of the parent swap? Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places? Well, why not? Twins do that all the time in these games. Please see Higurashi. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we can confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances? There was one. Your Honor? I think there might have been one chance. Just one chance. Just one shot. Just one punch. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean? Come on. What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? Oh, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Just unfortunate trauma popping up. Because our poor boy faints because of earthquakes. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake. Shake it, 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 shaking. Woo! How could I have? She fled! She escaped! She went to the inner temple right away. And it's true. Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, so it was Dahlia who said, I heard that the dude she hated the guts of the dude she dated in college. Rip. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider... Be quiet. Oh, there she is. She looks really gorgeous with the black hair. Like, the red hair really suits her demeanor, but she looks really beautiful with the black hair and that condescending expression. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Iris is better? Oh, absolutely. But I'm just saying that the black hair really suits both twins. I mean, I just really love black hair, I'll be honest. Yes, the twist of all twist. That's black? Well, I mean, it's what's meant to be black in the game, considering other Phoenix's hair is black, and I thought it's brown? In this game, it's meant to be black. 'Cause, remember, technically this is Maya's hair, so it would be black. Well, I mean, yeah, it's brownish, but it's intended to be black because you have characters like Pearl and Mia who have definitely brown hair. Like, it's sandy brown. That's what brown hair is supposed to be. It is supposed to be black. It was in the OG sprites too. Yeah, you also gotta remember that this game was basically entirely redrawn for the scale ups. So if you look at the old art in the pixels, I'm pretty sure it was like very explicitly black. Oh, in the anime, it's pitch black too. So yeah, it's definitely meant to be black. Looks pretty, yeah. I'm pretty sure, we just had our own court case about hair color, and I won! Objection! No. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Whoa, that face! She is straight up evil now. No, you're wrong. Danganronpa. Dahlia, my beloved cycle. Ah, yes. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Dun, 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 dun. Oh! Perfect timing on that ad break. Nailed it. Alright, for those of you who can still hear me, I am going to go to the bathroom again, grab some more water, all that good stuff, take advantage of the ad break, and then we will be right back to it. You're gonna eat something quickly? Absolutely. Do what you gotta do. Ad time, ad time, ad time, ad time. Second ad. No worries. Alright, be right back. Dee Dee will be back after this commercial break. 100%. Welcome back, thank you. The timing was perfect. I kept hitting snooze because I'm like, we're in the middle of the explanation. I don't want to lose, like, the momentum. And then, yeah, I looked over and it was like, ad break started. I'm like, oh, that was perfect. That was legitimately perfect. Alright, we keep on going. This was... Believe it or not, we're now on part 2 of 3 of the trial. So, looking at it, part 2 isn't that long, so we're getting close. We're getting close to the end. Just trying to be wise to the time, because I mean, we still have a few hours, but perfectly, honestly, I would like to avoid delaying the watch alone to finish the game. So I was like looking at the time, I'm like, do I have to start hustling? Do I have to start yapping less? No, apparently we're okay. You got chocolates, nice. I'm not a huge chocolate person, but I know Iduna would definitely take them off your hands. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night, please? With less vitriol? The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yeah? Do you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense! There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Sure. Whatever you say, bro. This guy is bananas. The coffee won't save you this time. Clearly not. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Well, how else were they planning to install her? Getting Maya convicted of murder and sent to jail didn't work. You were executed, last month, correct? Yes. I was hanged. It wasn't exactly... pleasant. You play Duncan, right? Yep, I play it, we've been playing it once a week. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Well, that was a horrible that was a horrible oversight. Who decided to transfer them? Well, okay, maybe they didn't realize they were actually mother and daughter because of the surnames. But what an oversight, putting a murderous mother and daughter in the same place. Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. Damn. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fey the master of Kudain? She's a cold, twisted woman. Have to go. See ya. Okay, Toonie. Thank you for stopping by. Take care. Have a good rest of your, I guess it's like 9 p.m. in Germany now. Take care. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. Huh. A plan. A plan! A stupid plan. Press! You're talking about, Pearl Fey, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, alone with our father. We heard it was the other way around, but who knows? Who knows what the truth actually is? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Whoa! Morgan legitimately gave birth to a sociopath. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Wow. Wow! What a frickin' delightful man. The real horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. What an asshole, right? Shush. It's her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya would have had to die, not Maya! Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family. Thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never have agreed to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. Well, rip. The cases are good? Oh, they are fantastic. So you could start caring about her, pretty much. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? 'Cause Morgan is fucked up! Kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. Rest in peace, Iris. Even she wasn't safe. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead. There's nothing any of you can do to me. She ain't wrong, but... So your plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No, that's not Pearl. Pearl? It's not Pearl, guys. If it was Pearl, she would have brown hair, like when Pearl channels Mia. Also, Pearl, we literally spoke with Pearl this morning of the trial. Pearl tried to channel Dahlia, but she failed because someone was already channeling Dahlia. The whole thing with this is convoluted, but yeah, it's not Pearl. Pearl is in the freaking gallery listening to all of this stuff about how her mother never loved her. It would actually be kinder if Pearl was being possessed right now, because then she wouldn't have to hear this. So that's Dahlia and Iris's body? No. Iris doesn't have spiritual powers. There's one other person who could be channeling Dahlia, and that's why we were having the argument about whether her hair is black or brown. Because there's one person who could be channeling Dahlia and would look nearly identical to Iris. It's not Mia! I told you, it's not Mia! Come on, you're forgetting the most obvious person! Yes! It's Maya! That's why no one can find her. Maya has black hair, and when she channels Mia, her hair stays black. So since Maya is channeling Dahlia, her hair is black, so Dahlia looks like Iris. That's the reason for hairs, correct. Now you're all caught up. The game hasn't explicitly said this yet, but there's enough context clues, and Phoenix has figured it out. Based on what he said, it's just, you know, the game hasn't revealed it explicitly yet. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it. Because that's the whole thing with, the Fae channeling technique. So the closed doors are empty? No, the implication is Iris. The real Iris is back there. Because when Edgeworth passed out, Iris went to... what's the word I'm looking for? Iris went to the inner cave, and since she was the one who put the lock on the door, she opened the door, probably to check on Maya. But since Dahlia was still being possessed by Maya, bro, you've missed so much. Edgeworth is fine. But yeah, Iris went to the inner temple, unlocked the doors. Dahlia presumably knocked her out or otherwise convinced her to switch places, and locked her in extra tight in the cave. Edgeworth is fine? He's fine! What are you talking about? We literally just saw him in the lobby this morning. It has a Greek meaning too? Oh boy. Art's a biochem student, so I assume it's something science-y. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. Dun, dun. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why do you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? I wonder why. She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. All because she didn't help me with this plan to rob our father. Like, how dare she? Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Oh my god. Speaking. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. Now that the title The Master will pass on to Pearl. Nope. That's the hilarious thing. Dahlia doesn't even realize who's channeling her. She thinks she's in Pearl's body. She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, It was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne? She had her own reasons for wanting Maya dead? Yeah, she hates Mia. It's Mia's fault that she got caught and arrested, so if Maya died, it would upset Mia. Even though, you know, Mia's dead, Mia still knows what's going on, so... That's my expectation. Yep. Let's see if I'm right. I don't remember if I'm right, but that is, my thought. Because Mia's already dead. You're too smart, I'm not cut out for this. Well, because Mia's already dead, so... Dahlia couldn't do anything to Mia directly, so all she can do is hurt the person that Mia cares about the most. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You... want to take revenge on someone? Yes, Judgy. Keep up. I was sentenced to death because of that woman. Mia Fey. I don't gotta flex. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. She's right. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible... was it because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. Oh no, I don't think he's actually leaving. I think he was just saying, okay, bye. Even when the body... I already read that. I want to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. It's kind of like saying shut the front door. Like, you don't actually shut the front door. Or it's like, you gotta be kidding me. We know you're not kidding. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia. That's why I helped that woman with her plans. She is... Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fay. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, Morgan was kind of... What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. That night... At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then, I picked up the staff that was by my side. Oh! Interesting. So the one who initially channeled Dahlia was Misty then. Because she's the only one that had the staff. Huh. So it was Elise who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. Oh, and that's why Misty was wearing the hood. 'Cause, what's the word I'm looking for? Larry thought it was Iris originally because he saw the hood. But it was Elise wearing it. So even when Dahlia left her body, the hood was still there, so. And wobbled back, clutching her old poor back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then You're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. So clearly... she thought she stabbed Maya? But that didn't happen. It was Elise being possessed by Dahlia that got killed. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. Ah! I was trying to remember because I thought Godot was involved in this. Godot probably killed Elise while she was being possessed. No. Maya's not dead. Remember? She's in the 6th game. She's not dead. Dahlia just thinks she killed Maya. This whole thing is that Dahlia is mistaken. You were stabbed? I meant that she's the one who's channeling the body. Yes, she's channeling it. And that's why Dahlia has no clear memory, because she left the body that was being possessed. And at that point, Maya was able to channel Dahlia. And that protected her. Because Pearl was still trying to channel Dahlia, even Like, she kept trying over and over. No spoilers for the 6th game? I mean, I already said it, like, ages and ages ago. I didn't think at the time it would be an indirect spoiler for this case, because I thought it was obvious there was no way Maya was going to die. Just sillying? Okay. But yeah, because Pearl said she kept trying to channel Dahlia, and even the morning after, she kept trying. So I think... I'm not sure who told Maya to channel Dahlia. It might have been Godot. But yeah, someone had to channel Dahlia to keep her from possessing Pearl, so here you go. She must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. Wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork? Are you sure about that? She loves burgers. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter and no B word. Burger, 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 burgers, burgers, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, burgers. Oh! Well, now the joke's on me. And that's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands, so then she did not. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness. And there you go! Now we've reached a point where it's clear that Maya was channeling her. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes! I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Ooh! Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed, and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fae. Well, of course you would have assumed that, but I was wrong. The person that had called my spirit back was actually Misty Fae, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only other possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fae, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Whoa, God, what a twisted girl. What is the meaning of this? It's true that the one who attacked Maya Fae, I was the one who attacked Maya Fae. The twist comes from family, right? But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fae's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fae has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? Eagle River? Maya Fae killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the river. Okay? You're making some bold assumptions that Maya would commit suicide, but okay. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, how do you feel? What do you have to say now, Beanie? Who forgot to turn their phone off? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? It is an awesome ringtone. Shut up, Phoenix. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. It wasn't Maya Fey. It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there just yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. What? No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. Oh, Nicky boy. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Incorrect. Sadly, it appears the killer of Miss Elise Nim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done. Y'all just making the wildest assumptions here. Literally, no one's like, maybe she's hiding in the forest? You know? Trite, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. Quid pro quo. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right! That's where she jumped from! You dummy! But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Not the panties. Just relax and think through this whole thing again. So, it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River? No. Because it's all rocks on that side. You just finished reading the case report Mia worked on. She concluded the same thing. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this? We sure do. Where's the, not that one. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows this better than the witness. What did you say? We sure do, loses the evidence. No! 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. How old is Armando Godot? Well, how old is Diego Armando? I don't know if they give his age directly. Yeah, we don't know exactly how old he is. Diego was... Documented age range 27 to 33. So 33 would be the age he is now. Yeah, bridge to the turnabout, 33. He's a little older than Mia was, if I remember correctly. Because I think Mia, if she was still alive, she would have been like 28. No, she would be 29 at this point in time. She was 27 when she passed away. So in Apologistus, he would be in his mid-40s. Yes. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Hang on, what years does Apologistus take place? I know it takes place in like the 2020s. Coincidentally, they skipped over accidentally they skipped over the years COVID would have happened, so it's still believable. Last game was in May 2028, so yeah. If Godot was born 1985, pretty much, yeah. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo on the rocks, yeah. He was born in the 80s, yep. Because this is taking place in 2019. This game is in 2019. So if he's 33 right now, do the math. Huh, so you finally figured it out. You... Order! But I don't like math? But you're a science major! What are you talking about? You're just playing with me. Maya's face body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding, except you're in her body, which I think is probably the worst fate Dahlia could have imagined. Then look at the mirror. Pretty much, yeah. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Ha ha ha. Don't give her ideas. Yes, just a few minutes ago. What's your point? Maya Fey wasn't inside the Sacred Cavern. We know now that she didn't throw herself into the river. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, There's still one other place she could be. Imagine the possibility to kill Maya right now. Oh god. That would be something. Do you think Dahlia has the courage to commit suicide though? Like, she's kind of a coward. She makes everyone else do the fucked up stuff for her for the most part. What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. Are you sure? You sure about that? So where is her dead body then? That's a wild way of putting it, but true. Yeah. I don't think she could. It takes a lot of strength of will to overfight your natural instincts and kill yourself. Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Guys, clip that! Clip what? Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya Fey is right this instant? Da 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 da, in this courtroom. I did not! You're taking that shit out of context. If I catch any of y'all moving that around, you're banned. I am being dead serious about that. Don't put words in my mouth by clipping stuff out of context, ever. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. You say obviously, but there are some fucked up people who do that stuff to VTubers and streamers, so you know, better safe than sorry. You say she's here in my courtroom? They do that? They sure do, yeah. Because no one on the internet actually fact checks stuff. So all you need to do is edit some screenshots or edit the clip in a believable way, and yup. Because, like, yeah, God forbid you go and watch the stream that the clip was taken from so you know the actual context, blah, 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 blah. Because, yeah, people will just look for an excuse to tear someone down. I saw it happen for a bigger VTuber where someone was trying to cry that they're racist against Middle Eastern people because of how they were pronouncing the name of some Genshin characters. And a friend sent me that clip, and I was like, I was in that stream. They asked multiple times how to pronounce it, and then someone in chat said, no one can actually agree on how it's pronounced. So then they said, oh, I'm just gonna say it however I think then. I'm like, I was literally in that stream. You can't pull this shit on me. I was there. Seen it way too many times. Yeah, I know, it's awful. People are like, here's the perfect way to tear someone down that I don't like. Because netizens are scary, man. Aunties are so scary. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. She's literally in the courtroom right now. You never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did. But who? Well, there's only one other spirit medium on that mountain. Do the math, Dahlia. Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Oh! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Dun 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 dun! Thank you for the hydrate! Ooh, boba. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension! Dahlia Hawthorne? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye! What? What?! But how could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right! But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? Oh, it sucks to be all confused, doesn't it, Dahlia? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then, the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? Oh! You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you! No! No! Don't say that! Oh, she's falling apart? Just saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little girl? Sometimes you're dumb as a boot? Yeah, well. Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that, who has never been out in the real world. She could never come up with a plan like that. Who would have even given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Ooh, Mia! Mia Faye! It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Kondayan na It's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But, oh, what are you doing here? That hair! It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night. One more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? Can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. I mean, Maya has done this before. When she got kidnapped, she channeled Mia. So, Mia could transfer information about her whereabouts to Nick, so... Maya definitely... She's not lawyer smart, but she's smart. She's clever enough. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but... one thing was perfectly clear. And that was... I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do these 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fae. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. Also, ad break momentarily. I run out of snoozes, so we're just gonna have to roll with it. So I'll stop here, because we're basically at the conclusion, and I don't want you guys to miss out. It's weird that clothes for like a 9-year-old are fitting a 20-year-old. That's why, you know, they're basically falling apart on her, you know? Head pat, stretch. Yep, of course. Alright. Ad break should be starting momentarily. So I'm gonna switch to the be right back screen while I get up, go to the bathroom. The cats are looking at me expectantly because it's dinner time, so I'm gonna give them some food, and then we will be right back to it. So hold on tight. Alright, I'm back. Onwards, we are so close to the end. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye. To kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! How's it our fault? Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame. What did you say? Damn, Mia. Mia's got no remorse. What? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. At like the tender age of like 14 too. Like this wasn't just shoplifting candy bars. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman! Yep, she was in the same year of university as Phoenix, so... And Phoenix and Edgeworth are... Edgeworth has turned 26? But I think Nick is still 25, so... Nick's birthday hasn't passed yet, whatever that is. I don't think they have official birthdays, but considering... Like, cause Larry was in the same year as him, and he's 25. And Edgeworth is 26. In Japan, the school year is from April to March. So if your birthday is, like, for example, say you were born in 1995, you could, if your birthday is anywhere from April 1st, 1995, all the way to March 31st of 1996, you would be in the same school year. So since Larry and Nick haven't turned 26 yet, their birthdays are probably in February and March. Well, Edgeworth could be anywhere from April to basically January. So then, 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... Godot in this game is middle 30s. Yeah, he's 33. Per, the wiki. You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Wipe that Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Now this! You've messed up again! You let Maya Faye escape! Even though she was right there in front of you! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I shirk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged! True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. I can't imagine the face of the people you live with after hearing some random screams. I think the TV technically overpowers me. Because the living room is all the way at one end of the apartment and my room's all the way at the back. And we also don't have neighbors on the left and right of us. On one side is a stairwell, and on the other side is the laundry room. So yeah, I don't think anyone can hear me unless Rumi-chan is actually in her room at the time. And I mean, she's a student, it's exam season, so she's not gonna be home as often. Phoenix is 26 in Edgeworth's court record? Ah, okay, I thought it was 25 still. Fair enough. So yeah, then Larry's birthday hasn't passed yet, because he's still 25. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you. Because you are already dead. What? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature. Can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You... Oh, you are wrong! It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now! Oh, there she goes! Oh my goodness. Look at that face. I'm not ready! Not ready to go! And there she goes. The best villain in the series. And Maya looks so cute with her hair down. Look at her. Nick? Sis. What a cutie, right? No one let Maya tie her hair up in that weird top knot again. Now then, I assume you're the real Iris? Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cabin, so are they still standing still when the fact that someone collapsed? No. I'm sure they moved Maya to another room to get medical attention. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot? What happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Mr. Yufei wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fei, as well as the young Pearl Fei, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel this spirit again. No, we got one thing missing. Who stabbed her? Yeah, don't worry. I was gonna say, this isn't the end of the game. There's still one more trial segment to go, because we have to figure out this, yes. Because technically, even though Maya is back, based on the testimony Dahlia gave, it seems like she stabbed her mother, which would still make her guilty of murder. So, they gotta go sort through that. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique. Whoa! Isn't that the New Year issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all this time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. Judge getting some character development, sheesh. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection.
Hey, bitch. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? This trial. It isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Why is it in this case people who are usually smartless or in this case smart? I don't know. The writers, they just need to use everything at their disposal, I guess. Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, ba 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 ba. It's strange, but I have a clear memory. I think I was stabbed. The smile from person that watched all series is seeing the reaction of person who had the same reaction as them. By that I mean Mia's face. True. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. That person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least on him. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? The fact that Godot is not admitting to this. He really thinks he's gonna get away with it. Why? I don't know. Because, like, literally it could only have been him. We still don't know who did it. This isn't over. It just goes on and on and on and on. He plays cocky because he thinks Jeff will cover him. Oh, good question. Who knows? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Thanks, bro. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. You gotta be shitting me. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? The one who will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Witness me? Seems unlikely. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney. These two are having a conversation across the courtroom. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. Oh, don't madame her like that. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through! We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls for Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I've got something to say. So listen up. What? What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough! This court is now in recess. Get out of here! Truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we'd even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault you were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? You had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday. You wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. Only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly, and at the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up. Iris was the one with the gun? No, it was still Valerie. We don't know how Iris was supposed to help with the kidnapping plan, but she was supposed to. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Because remember, Iris would have been 14 as well. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris? There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it? Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple, right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? That's right, it wasn't even Ah! I forgot about that. I didn't connect the dots. That's why Dahlia had no idea about the pendulum. Because she was currently, MIA. She hadn't been channeled again, so she had no memory. So she wasn't the one who came up with the plan to dispose of the body with the pendulum swing. It was Godot. Godot? Well, yeah, it's obvious. He was missing, for the same amount of time that the bridge was, burnt down. He was missing for 2 days, and then suddenly, as soon as the police get over there, boom, there he is. He would have already had to have been there. It was way too fast. No one had seen the guy in 3 days, and suddenly he's at the scene of the crime, like... I'm older than you, smartass? Yeah, what about it? murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Gillies always held. It was a compliment? Okay. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant? Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well, then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh. Okay. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the beginning. Phoenix? Mia! How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. See, you don't mean she's learned who Elise O'Nim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, right? Godot's like, you have to figure this out for yourself. Mia's like, here's the breadcrumbs. Here's the answer. Now you just have to make him think that you thought of this on your own. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. This is sad though. This is the last time we ever see Mia. Because she doesn't show up, even as a spirit, in the future games. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Mia see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Dun, 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 dun. Last save of the original trilogy. And she's mentioned by name only once more in Turnabout Time Traveler. Ah, I figured she probably got mentioned, but yeah, she never shows up again, which is bummer. Because I really like Mia. But yeah, since Maya no longer plays a major role in the series, it makes sense that we don't see Mia. Because Apollo isn't accompanied by a spirit medium. This was a good one, right? It's understandable why this is the favorite case of so many people. Alright. The last cross-examination... Well, I guess technically the last cross-examination. Who knows how many times they're gonna make Maya fix her testimony, but... Before we proceed further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh, yeah, that! I totally forgot about that. My favorite is the one where Maya was in trouble. So that's like... 4 possibilities? That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? The one where she was kidnapped is one of your favorites? Yeah, that's my favorite too. So what was the result? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to the time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's. Okay, so if Maya was holding that, that means she didn't kill anyone. Alright. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then, whose was it? Dagger updated. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but... This trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. Hi, Kuro! From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Yeah, I imagine channeling a spirit for a number of days and not eating would, do that to you. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Who let her put her hair back up? Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Red & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurain channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fae. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donium's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see it. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness? If you please. Yes, Your Honor. Armando would have been a really tough dad. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Oh, man. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maybe, yeah. She might have let him have it, but also she was saved by his pep talks before, so who knows? Maybe to her it would have been a necessary evil. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. Got a point there. It seems it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. At the inner temple, alright. Here we go. So, who did you scream help me for? That seems like the most obvious thing to ask here. You think you screamed? But you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck! I mean, fair. It was dark, and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I hope you could have overpowered a child. I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. Thanks, Judge. I thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it really sounds like poor Maya was out of her mind. Don't say poor little Maya like it's so condescending. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Yes, my last hope. Wait a minute, Maya? What's this last hope stuff? What do you mean by your last hope? Surely Larry did it this time? Surely Larry did something good for once, right? He was a security guard once upon a time. No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Maya! Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah, but you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Maya's 2 brain cells are struggling. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Oh! Maya! Maya really didn't want to admit that there was another person, and yes, she just let it slip. What was that now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Oh, Maya! Oh, girl. Well, hi, hi there. Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? Well, it's too late now. Can't take it back. I am, well, I meant to keep that part a secret. Why are we calling you Dee Dee, by the way? Because it's my nickname. You can call me Diana, or you can call me Dee Dee. Ow, what have I done? Oh, girl. You've got... It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say, a ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here, girl. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. She's like, but I see witnesses do it all the time! But, they're smarter than you, sweetie. Witness, the information you presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. See a man behind the attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Oh! But was it the lantern not working? Stone lantern. Where is it? So, there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah? That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? Well, what do you mean? There's no problem. Maya. On the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Mr. Godot, explain this! Oh, Phoenix Logic, killer of Mia's mom is also Mia's BF. It was a mess, but it's like, he did it to try and protect Maya, so... I get it. I get it. And the pureness of... Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee? Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Oh, come on. Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. Oh, hey! It's Spoony Bard from Final Fantasy! You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? You know, it's not going to cut it if there truly was no light in the garden. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's bit of testimony. Nick? What are you talking about? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. He said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Oh. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mysterious person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. I just realized how Maya knew who it was. Godot's visor glows in the dark. We've seen it do that. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Objection. Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? Bright red light of Godot. Yeah! How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. Except for your eyeballs. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Because you're a good kid. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? That is the only conclusion I can draw from this. Snitches get stitches? No, not stitches! You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could the witness have seen? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please! Please stop! Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. Even though he's a total dick to me. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Like, thanks for saving Maya's life, but you had to do murder in the process, so ha 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 ha. I don't know, if Godot had just admitted to it, things could have gone a lot better, but who knows what he was planning. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that Miss Faye saw in the darkness? This is awkward, but... Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. For context, I passed out, hitting your head on the radiator, and now you got a scar for the stitches. Ow! I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? Sure? It's on your forehead? You've got the Harry Potter scar. It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? It's on the right side of forehead? Oh no! Still. I know you don't actually have the Harry Potter scar, but it was just funny to make the joke, okay? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off, cause we going crazy. What? This is... But it can't be. Damn, that is bright. Not only can you see the visor, you can see his face. Words were so strong the lights went off. Well, he asked for them to be turned off. That was a nice bit of deduction, Trite. Well, everyone? This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Order! Prosecutor Godot? What is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of the rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. Yeah. You're wrong! I never saw that! Maya! I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What?
Objection.
Oh, Maya. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Oh, okay. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Well, we're gonna have an ad break shortly. I'll go and grab some water, but then I will keep going. When I came to, I was just lying there on the floor of the training hall. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been cleared up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. That's very sexist of you, Maya. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water real quick, and then we will keep going, because we are so close to the end. Hang on. Okay, I'm back. Onwards, onwards! So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man, somehow. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor, No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Just a little. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Nexon responded to Frosty, and now he's got a response. The very first one. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The killer. Alright, when I came to, I was just laying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back, the place had totally changed. While the bot actually replies, yeah, I turned it on. It's an option you can enable. Oh no, not the prug! I promise to be ice nice from now on. How about we put our differences? I hate to get the call. So much chaos. That was personal? Well, you started it. Excuse me. The torches were lit? Yes! That's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could have? You said I love you, but then you called her an asshole. You could have just let bygones be bygones, but you fought with the bot. However, if that's true, there's one thing that bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. No, that's a chill attitude. No more headaches, just smooth sailing. There you go. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Did you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Where did he get rid of it anyway? Did he throw it all in the river? Or maybe he threw it in the incinerator. I guess that would make sense too. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. Could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. I don't think... Excuse me. Oh my goodness, rare burp. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. Yes, it felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, well, I mean, he cleaned up everything except, you know, the thing with your name on it. The body of Elise Dunya was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why did they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right! Oh, hang on. Oof. There we go. Poor kitty. Poor Pep. I think she's trying to bring up a hairball she's thrown up twice today. Poor thing. Indeed, but it doesn't make sense to remove the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? A great question. You have outdoor cats? Fair enough. I mean, this is a once every few months occurrence, so it's not that bad. I just feel bad for them. Because I can clearly tell something's off about them all day before they throw up a hairball. So I can just imagine how absolutely awful it must feel for a cat. There must be a reason for it. Yeah, well, they go to see it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. The killer didn't notice it. Mr. Godot, or Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, blah 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 blah, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. Thanks. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, then they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose, therefore. It must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something like that. You're right. Any normal person? But what are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident. You could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Damn, we didn't even see that message. Just banned instantly. And who would that be? Who is the person who failed to notice? This guy. I mean, Ceribot banned stuff instantly. That's what I mean, Mexan. You guys don't even see the message. But me and mods can see, that someone was banned, so. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. Yeah, that's why I was saying, I'm like, wow, we didn't even see what the message was. Because, like, you know, sometimes before the bots get banned, you can see the message for like 2 seconds. There was nothing. It just just immediately ban. Was it something not alright? I don't know. It doesn't say what the message was. It just said, bam. It's just banned. It was spam, apparently. But yeah. That's the whole point of Ceribot, is to ban other bots. Even with these huge goggles, I can't see everything, blah 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 blah. In this case, since it banned it so quickly, like, I don't have the option to... Not Frosty. Not Frosty, it was Sari. Other bot. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? The lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. You know, Godot having a moment. That lantern, there's something written on it. It's blood! Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. No. I think Sari pre-bonked? Probably. They do maintain a list of, like, known bots and stuff. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très Bien. Oh, right, the ketchup on the apron. Somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me. How I define return. Yes, it does. If you look at Sari Bot's channel on Twitch, they have an active number of how many bots that they've banned and stuff like that, so. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? Also, Sari's creator is on Twitter. They might have made a Bluesky, so maybe they detailed some of their process somewhere. Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games! It's on the apron. No one told me about a bloodstain. Surprise! You could see the coffee on the white apron. Yeah, I was just poking through it out of curiosity. Fair enough. But you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, did you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea? Really? But isn't red tea technically black tea? I don't know. Anyway, I will be right back. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry. Whew, okay, I'm back. Found this little bit for tidbit. Interested as of August 2024, Saribot only blocks follow bots, removing their follow without banning them. This change was made to reduce chat disruptions since follow bots rarely chat anyway. Ah, interesting. But I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. Dun dun dun. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Damn. Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. Well, of course not, it's Maya. I hate tomorrow's prison. I assume that's meant to be work school. I assume so. It's very dramatic. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he? Oh! Because he couldn't see it? You got it! Yes, the killer couldn't see the red snow that had seeped into the snow. The red blood that couldn't I cannot talk anymore. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark, but you turned on all the lights? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Well, yeah, it's Seri bot because the creator is Seri, so that's why it's Seri codes. Wait just a minute. Oh, Maya. Please let it go, girlie. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer, after all. He didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed. Objection. How do you know? You were in the cave, Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? Ah! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She did it? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this a while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh. That's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Whoops. She is like so desperate. I feel bad for her. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot? No matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was at the inner temple too. Remember her? Oops. There we go. Sorry, all that's left in my water bottle is ice, so it's super noisy as I move it around. Hurley was also stuck on the inner temple side. Next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. When Mr. Godot arrived, he cheered her right up. Aww! What a nice guy! That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. That's Pearly. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a little while ago. Well, I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. Are you sure about that? Maya, don't just admit you're not an honest person while on the witness stand. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. We believe the witness? Yeah, I'm sure you do. Let's just move on if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well? Let's get this started. Let's get this started. All right. He cheered her up? That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking out for my cousin. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Wow. Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The police were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. I see. Ask about the investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room? Wait a second. Did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. Dun dun dun! There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder took place? I mean, he never would have been able to know it was Misty Faye because the scroll is covered in, gravy. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because you just made one fatal slip-up, the hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right, that scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you don't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? You mean on the scroll? They just brought the whole scroll? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick! Yeah? Take a little look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly! So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye. True. But Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this, clad in her stunning Japanese garb. Oh, yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Drake? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that the crime was going to be committed. That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible? Well, yeah. It's in a frickin' letter. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden away somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right, Mr. Godot couldn't have known. You see, if you really wanted to know, you had one great chance to find out. And when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned about where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center, that is illegal. Yes, it could be arranged if you were with someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sure. Which mug is it? I've lost count. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit when he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then, he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for a lack of a better word, even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural, because he's in love with Mia. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all cost. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. Oh, what's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together. His almost sister-in-law. Maya was his almost sister-in-law. There's a very good reason why Maya Faye's life is so precious to you. Something that would have closed the case in 5 minutes. Yeah, they had to stretch this on for like another hour and a half somehow. Imagine how Larry would react to Mia. He met her once. She was still alive in the very first case when Larry was the defendant. He did? Yeah. He's the one who gave her the clock that was eventually used as the weapon that killed her. After all, she is Mia Faye's only sister. Mia Faye. What did he do this time? Technically Larry did nothing, but his ex-girlfriend was killed, and because he was spotted at the apartment building shortly before her death, he got blamed for it. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? Excuse me. With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured out by now the real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? I thought he was one the entire time? No, he was masquerading as a prosecutor, so... The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Faye's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. Well, he's been in a coma because of the poisoning, remember? Dahlia poisoned him? He's been in a coma. 28 and senior? We also have Francisca, who became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Don't worry about it. Don't overthink this. I mean, someone else could have called him Diego Armando 6 years ago, but yeah. "13? Yep. It makes no sense, but that's the canon. Francisca became a prosecutor at the age of 13. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Francisca is only 19. She's the same age as Maya. Mia, you can't cry yet." Oh, and then he broke it. He's just like me? You mean, Hispanic or something along those lines? We got 2 different answers, all of those things. Fair. You type very well for a blind coffee addict, I must say. Your text-to-speech is flawless. You are actually blind in one eye, for real? Like, for real, for real? No, no. Maxon! What did you do? You made him reveal his tragic backstory! I didn't know! Look what you've done! Confidant rank up. Literally, this is why you don't make a joke about people being blind or deaf or whatever. Cause there is a decent chance that that's the person actually has that condition. And now you've just made it very awkward. Hi, Playwright! How are ya? How's it going? There's nothing wrong with it. I find it hilarious. Oh, for sure. I'm just speaking in general, because some people would, in fact, be like, this is really awkward, and I didn't really want to talk about this, but yeah. You're grinding for Sunday? Ah, yes. Yeah. What? I'm sure you're hungry, but I can't give you food. You've been throwing up. I know. Wait another hour, okay? And then I'll give you a little food. You're the most open person ever. Fair enough. Sorry, one of my cats is causing havoc because she's hungry. But she's thrown up twice today, so I'm like, girlie, you can't have food until either you cough up this hairball or you're no longer throwing up. Oh my god. But yes, good luck in grinding a star rail for Sunday. Do I have anything saved? I don't think I do, but I'm fairly confident I'll get him. I'm praying. I can't remember if I have. Yes, I have guaranteed. That's why I'm not worried. I lost under Appa. That's why. Really? It's a new banner or something? Yeah, the character Sunday will be coming on the new on a new banner soon, because they're doing a version update in the next few days. You're coin flipping? Oh, Fox Mom, you mean, why am I blanking? I know exactly who you mean. She's also my wife. But why is my brain blanking? Whatever. I've been playing this game for too long. Words, memory. Who needs anything? It's okay, Mixon. I don't think you need to apologize. Art himself said he doesn't mind. It was just a hilarious coincidence. Faye Shao, that's why. Thank you. God, I was like, I knew the sounds. Like, I knew the A and the show, but I was like, why am I blanking on everything else? The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Oh, I just remembered! 6 years ago, right here! You were poisoned! Even I didn't see it coming. Literally, why? My only issue with this is You know Dahlia has murdered with poison before. Why would you go and meet her and eat or drink anywhere near her, let alone with an empty cup? Because apparently she poisoned his coffee. That's how he got poisoned. Like, A, why would you even go near her with food or drink, let alone an open beverage that she could have sleight of handed? Like, this was incredibly foolish of him. I know it's for the drama of the story, but you think a dude who was smart enough to become partner at age 28, like a senior partner at a law firm, would have been wise enough to have been suspicious of this girl. But whatever. Whatever. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. Oh my god. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. Convenient. I see. My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. I don't think that's how white hair happens, but you know, whatever. It's anime. It's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. Imagine Mia going to visit him in the hospital every week. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned breweroo. Biochemist approved, yeah. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. I feel like that reveal's not supposed to be funny, but it's hilarious that it's coffee that woke him up. You were asleep for 5 years? That when I blink, I also move my ears? I guess so. Wake up! And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. That is so sad! The woman I loved had been murdered. He outright said he loved her. I forgot about that. Like, we all could infer that he liked her, but he outright said he loved her. Oh. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne! Hi, Luna! Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. No, that is so sad, yeah. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may, what were your 2 reasons? The first was you, trite. Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia would have never have died, much less the way she did. You were the one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all her fault. How is he supposed to know, honestly? Like, it wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself. Why does this case again? Wait, what's the case again? This feels more like a discussion. Yeah, I mean, my Dahlia was being interrogated, but now he's just spilling all of his backstory before we go back to testimony, I guess. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So Goodell will die? That I don't know. I don't know if his crime was severe enough to get the death penalty. I don't know if every murderer in this game gets the death penalty. That's not clear. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. Is death penalty even still a thing in their universe? Yeah, that's how Dahlia died. You mean me? You were the only one I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kurain incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fay was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. Makes sense? If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. Huh? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said the master of Kurain had a great authority even without her official position. Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. You want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was? Look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it, the day of the plan was to be carried out, arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. What a good mom! Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia. What are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? Now I can see Mia and Elise. Oh yeah, there is a resemblance for sure. She channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. If you look up Mia in the sequels when she's 28, you can see the resemblance to her mom as well. As Master of Kudain, Misty Fae's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia so that Pearl wouldn't be able to. Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia. Godot, anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Right? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney, but you're going to have to do the rest yourself. He's like, I'm not gonna confess to shit. Okay, the background has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Misty Fae, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. Can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too! You just admitted to it, Maya. I know that. Nick, but even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Getting a little close to watch-along time, yeah. It's, there shouldn't be that much left, so we'll push it back if needed. I just don't remember how long, like, the epilogue is. Just thought I'd share a reminder. For sure, thank you. I have been watching the time. We might just finish before it starts, but we'll probably push it back a little bit anyway to give people time to actually get up from their chairs, since most of the people who would be in the watch-along are in chat right now. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us, what exactly happened at the time of the murder? It's 12 p.m. Oh, 12 a.m. you mean. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. It's 12 p.m.? No, 12 p.m. would be lunchtime. 12 a.m. is... 12 a.m. is midnight. You've got your a.m. and p.m. backwards, buddy. She wasn't dead, though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out. The whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream right after that. Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. My stupidity is showing at such hours. It's okay. We've all been there. These red lights, I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. You should get ready for work. Okay, Kuro, have a good day. Thought I saw them, but they suddenly all disappeared. Huh, things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Aya is telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Me! No, Mr. Phoenix. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Isa! Time of the murder. Alright, so whose scream was it? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. Ah, yes, Godot got stabbed. What a champ. So then the scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but there is a contradiction. As the sword stayed in Dahlia, well, Misty, technically, I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Wow. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya says she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. At least he's aware of it. I guess so, yeah. Oh, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something else. AKA the dagger. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a murder weapon here. Dahlia had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Dagger. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. How convenient. The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. Sir? We tested that. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. But you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer. Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, trite. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? Huh? Just think for a second. The dagger was found this morning by the detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. Wow. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance! In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue. Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction! Maya? This dagger? You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But if Mr. Godot had a really big cut with the dagger, his clothes would be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the Inner Temple side got trapped there. Oh. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the Inner Temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. It's that his clothes would have been damaged rather than, you know, him himself. She's saying it's not possible because his clothes are in perfect condition still. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike. Yeah, but he was prepared for a potential murder. Maybe he would have, you know, wanted to change out of bloody clothes so he could destroy them. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Damn. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes. It's pretty cold. That's impossible, right? You know how cold it gets up there at late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia were here. So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? Well, how about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But, can you prove it? Have you got a piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Oh. Thanks. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break! You've got nothing! So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Well, I mean, considering the lights went out right before the dude hit his right before the scream, it's obviously he got wounded on his face. There's one thing I demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothes. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. This is it. My last stand. I need to think from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothes. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop. Let's hear what you've got. It's the mask. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh. Well, that's no good, is it? Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. I'm pretty yeah. You had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought, Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me, and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that have been? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya! Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could I have simply been a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion. A fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot? I think you already know this. But if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Damn. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Huh, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Damn. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Please! Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing I'd like to say. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. Of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria. The next time you met was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It just can't be true. I mean, during a whole relationship we were. For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne. Was it actually my sister? Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? Surprise, Nick. You were dating Iris for 8 months. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean? That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Now there's the big twist no one sees coming. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister. From the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. And that's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. If you had just given it back, Nick! She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. You're really saying this in front of a whole courtroom of people. I have something to say to you too. Yes, you really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Haha. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix, right? Dun dun dun. And that's the history of Trucy. It is not! Don't lie to people! Have no clue who's the mother of Trucy? You'll find out. I mean, who's to say? Who's to say? It's a biological parent situation. Maybe Edgeworth and Nick adopted a child. Did you think about that? What? Yeah. Who Trucy is? Trucy is Nick's daughter. She's Apollo's sidekick. She's the equivalent of Maya in, the Apollo Justice trilogy. Too much fandom? No. Not at all. So outside of what you know, yeah, I mean, they explain it right in, like, I think the very first case of Apollo Justice that Trucy is Nick's daughter, but it takes a while for you to find out the circumstances and all that. The purpose of this trial was to rule out the murder of the victim, Elise Donim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Yay! Court is now adjourned! Alright, for the folks in here, if you haven't checked the Discord, I officially moved the watch along back an hour, just so we all have an opportunity to get up and get food and such if needed. Because I think there's probably only about 15, 20 more minutes of content, but it would all be mostly credits, so feel free if you want to join the watch along, but you have stuff to do first to get up and move around. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You're as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia? You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia? I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. No! Come back! I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick! Maya! Guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I told Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your own mother murdered. Ow! But Francisca! Still as soft as ever, Phoenix Light. Excellent work, right? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow! Where were you, Nick? I heard you fell into a river. Caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. That's a gay man smile. For sure. Oh. Ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth, and you too, Francisca. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone! Not even once. Rip. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh. Yeah. Of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Well, yes, indeed, I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ow! My beauty can't possibly be captured by mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're going to model— Ow! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? I bet Maya's the only one who can change Francisca's mind. The ship that could have sailed. Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. And I think she's realized something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean, now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Ah, yes. Pearl having to listen to all the stuff about her mother. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. It is Pearl. Pearl the Fae. The poor kid, after all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril unimaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. Maya is true big sis, 100%. Maya still has some growing to do, but she'll be a good leader. Well, small big sis. As far as Pearl is concerned, she is the closest thing she has to her big sister, and also the only family she has left, so... She's doing it for Pearl's sake, till she can see her smile again. Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got a— Ow! What was that for? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congratulations on your win! Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Really? My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made a reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Oh no, is it Tribulations? Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean Très bien, where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Kicky Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. No. You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh. Maya, what's wrong? Nick? What do I do? Pearly? I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I bet she just went back home. That's all. That's so too. So I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. Mia is still in control? I don't think so. I think Pearl is just hiding. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah. What is it, pal? I meant to correct yourself. I said Mia instead of Dee Dee. Oh, I see. Oh, forget it. But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the— Ow! Very well, Phoenix Eye. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearl might have gone to. No way! Did you? That's a good temple for pearls. I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister, I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Oh, Maya! The hanging scroll! Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. How? How did they do that? The gravy would have dried off on it. Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault! Was there blood before? No, it was gravy. Pearls put gravy on it. Because the letter said gravely roast the master. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie to make me feel better. No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya! I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini! Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me till the day I die. And what about Mia? Do you think about your daughter who died? Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all the masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die? That's the master's talisman! Is Iris in prison? Yep. Because she tampered with the crime scene and desecrated a corpse, so she's in detention awaiting trial. She probably won't get the death penalty, but she's in prison for now. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off, it wasn't the container that was important, rather, it was the contents. That's a photo? Mother. Even good people can make mistakes, and that's the whole point of the law being just and fair. If you break it, you have to go to prison, even if it was for a good reason. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww! Mia in her training clothes! Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Almondo, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. All right. I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a good feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us. Next time you can train right alongside us. He doesn't have spirit powers. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea, after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part! I can't wait to hear it! I'm getting goosebumps too! Well then, here goes nothing. Objection! Yay! And that's the end. These are the credits. So, I'll let them scroll for you guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and stuff. And then, once the credits are done, I'll wrap up stream. That's it? That's it? It's the end of the case. Time for you to shower? Yep, everyone. Head on out if you need to. We're just gonna be wrapping up. So I will see you guys in a sec, because I'm just running to the bathroom. Then I'll be right back. Whoop. Your friend's finishing the game coincidentally? That's nice. Ooh. Yes, hello. Cat's meowing at me. Do we have any usual suspects I could... Okay, Sato's still streaming, so I'll kick you guys over to them in a moment. Iris to come back, I am sure. Ah, yes! The dude who originally voiced Phoenix. Thank you, Ben. And thank you, Shion King? Mia was so cool. Crime is truly, truly, truly the worst. Because it can hit anyone. Let's see. I'm sure Old Bag is thrilled that, you know, her partner in crime just, like, left her high and dry. Aw, yay! Sniffles. And that's it, guys. That's all she wrote. Alright. We can discuss the wonders of this game another time. I'm even smaller in the chair. What's happened? Whoop, there we go. Alright. I'm gonna kick you guys off to Sato. Cause I gotta prep for the watch along we've already delayed. I gotta run at top speed. Wap, 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 wap. Dee Ray, thank you! Alright. I'm kicking guys off to Sato. They're playing Isomnium. So have fun, guys. And thank you for the Discord as well. The Discord shout out. Alright, guys. That's it for me. I will get my schedule up tomorrow. For now, That's it for me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. If it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. And until next time, take care of yourself, wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye! Bye-bye-bye-bye!